Alright. Gonna go get my thing. And then I will post my live messages. Move a little bit so that I don't time out while I do this, because that would suck. That dodge, like, oh no. Pen. Okay. And now. Da 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 da. Now then, where is Aaronville? Hey.
Apologies for the wait. I hope I haven't called you away from anything important. I chanced upon some commissioned items at my destination, so I thought I might deliver them.
Where did you go, if I may ask?
The New World. Tural.
You went to Tural? Then the person who you wish to introduce...
Aye, she hails from there. I present to you...
But it seems you've lost her.
Did she wander off?
There she is!
Sorry. It's just so different here. I can't help but want to explore.
Well, while you were exploring, your candidate came to us. This is him. The adventurer you crossed the seas to meet.
Ooh, you weren't exaggerating. It's plain he's no ordinary man. I'm Uklamat, claimant to the throne of Tulihuela.
Hold on, give me a second. I got someone like banging against my door. And there's a damn cat. What are you doing? Sorry, chat. There's a cat. We're gonna be cooking me some Cajun chicken for breakfast.
It's Tural's governing nation. The capital bears the same name.
I'll get to the point. I want you to come with me to my homeland.
We're like, what?
Given the magnitude of the request, perhaps you should explain why you're making it?
Of course, of course.
She is so cute.
Soon, an event of great import will be held in Tural. The right of succession. Taking the form of a contest, it will determine who next ascends the throne. As daughter to its present keeper, I will participate. And I have every intention of winning. I was searching for champions to join me when Erenville told me about you. A mighty warrior who knows no fear, who sweeps aside terrible fiends as if they were reeds, who flew to the edge of existence and saved our star.
I love her! Ah!
She asked who Eorzea's greatest hero was, and so I told her. Much more elegantly, I might add.
Now you know why. You'll come to Tural, yes?
Wait, let's all just slow down. Wuklamat, was it? You claim to be of the royal family, but is it not the Mamulja who rule in Tural?
Mamulja.
Tulihuela is a nation of many peoples. Not only the Mamulja, as some across the seas are quick to assume.
He's so...
That said, its present ruler is a Mamulja, and one blessed with two heads besides.
One blessed with two heads. Ooh.
He's also my father. Not by blood, obviously, but he raised me as his own, and that's what matters.
She got some... I want to better her.
So that is the way of it. My apologies if I was indelicate.
My apologies if I was indelicate. I'm about to go out and check the oven in a second. See if the oven is heated.
Hardly. I know little about your land, and nothing about your parentage.
Since the chicken is going in frozen, it's got to be in there a little longer than usual.
But in my eagerness, I've gotten ahead of myself. I can't expect you to agree on the spot when we've only just met.
Basically, it was something from Harris Teeter that the food bank had. It was a Cajun chicken, and the package on it, you know, it came in one of them paper containers that you would get from the cooked food section, where they package pre-cooked food for you to buy. It was in one of those containers. But I went to cut into it last night to see if it was cooked, and you know, because it was kind of squishy, and I'm like, that's a little weird if it came in in one of them pre-cooked containers, and it was still fully pink, and I'm like, okay, so I guess I gotta cook it in the morning because I'm not doing it tonight. So it's going in the oven frozen, which I'm gonna probably put it in for like 45 or so minutes.
If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Just know, though, that if it's adventure you seek, you could do far worse than come with me.
I'm gonna put together an adventure
This is
outfit.
only a rumor. But apparently, the contest will involve the fabled city of gold and the legendary beast, Valyarmanda.
Valyarmanda.
Tell me that doesn't pique your interest.
You have my complete attention. Golden City, I've heard about it before. This is strictly a rumor, nothing more. Golden City, I've heard about it.
So the tales have reached even these shores. I can't help but feel proud.
I advise you not to put much store by these rumors. Golden cities are not but a dreamer's fancy.
Says the dreamer who was bent on finding one when he was a child. Just because you failed doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Oh, he has an attitude.
Tuliolal and the Golden City. Just like in the letter to Grandfather.
Regardless of what the contest may entail, it'll be no simple thing. If I'm to triumph, I'll need capable and dependable companions. So let's go on a hunt together. There's no better way to get acquainted.
Yay! So that means I get to start very, very soon. The chance to see not only Tyrol, but the fabled Golden City besides. This is the stuff of great adventures, my friend. Which is not to say you should hastily accept this invitation, mind. There's still a great deal we do not know. So let us begin to rectify that by first getting acquainted with our visitor in the manner she suggests. Hello. Hold on, I'm gonna go check the oven real quick. I'll be right back. I'm waiting to cook a chicken. Well, I'll explain in a moment. timer for 45 minutes.
45 minutes, starting now.
Okay. So, you know how at Harris Teeter, they, have those to-go boxes with cooked food in them? You know how they'll have them in that, like that paper or cardboard package with the plastic lid on it in their cooked food section? You know, like their pre-cooked stuff? So, my food bank had one. It was from Harris Teeter. I went to go eat it last night. I reheated it in the microwave thinking, okay, so, it's probably going to be one of those things that I just have to reheat. I go to cut into it because it feels oddly squishy. And then I realized it was only half cooked. It was mostly pink on the inside. And I'm like, what the hell? Why would you put this in a pre-cooked container instead of actually putting it into a regular container and listed that you have to cook it? So I'm having to cook it. And since it's frozen, I'm putting it in for 45. You went there not long ago and culled some unruly fauna, of course, but according to recent reports, other ordinarily docile fauna have grown savage. It's believed that they've been unsettled by some manner of predator, or so the researchers seek assistance with identifying and dispatching it. As part of your hunt, perhaps you might answer the petition. The isle isn't far, and we would be also be helping those in need. That works for me. Just so you know, I've honed my skills against some of the fiercest beasts in Tyrol. Whatever creature this is, it had better be able to put up a proper fight, or it'll end before we have a chance to get acquainted. And before we can prove ourselves capable and dependable companions, my apologies, but I must see some preparations. Pray go on ahead to the isle. I'll join you as soon as possible. If the rest of you are ready, let us head to the harbor. This being guild ship business, it should be simple enough to secure a vessel. I'm gonna go get rid of this outfit and make a new one because I want something that says adventurer. Well, this says adventurer too, but you know. I need to get the rest of this Contitious robe. I like how it looks. It's very nice. You know, I'll do a summer outfit. I got this. I should use it at some point. Gonna change her hair one more time. Just one more. Because I want to have that artist look. Wish I had shorter hair. I got plenty, but it's just, ugh. God, that looks terrible with his face. He looks a whole lot better now. It's just hard matching it up with his face. His face. His face. Golbez. We'll skip. Voidcast die.
From here, we must walk.
So much ice. It rivals even Dawntrail. Oh, a white bear. I wonder what it tastes like.
Oh my lord.
Remember, we're here to deal with creatures that have been deemed an unacceptable danger. Do not attack anything else unprovoked.
I know. I know. So this is the isle where ether literally bursts forth.
Aye, the Isle of Ham. The geysers lie deep inland, however.
You really are knowledgeable. Kona told me nothing about this place.
I doubt your brother managed to come out this way. He's like to have toured facilities like Labyrinthos, however.
The great big cavern under the city. It's amazing that they could make a sky down there complete with a sun.
This brother of yours, he has been to Sharlayan.
He has. Kono's my second older brother, and until recently he was a student in this city. He went on and on about technological amusements. It made me want to come here too one day. And so I did. I think I understood something of how he felt when I set foot in his beloved studium.
He went to the studio. Your brother must be quite a scholar. But I wonder, like you, he'd be royalty, yes? With such a personage coming to Sharlayan to receive an education would surely have caused a stir, yet I recall nothing of the sort.
He consulted with the head of the studium beforehand, that his identity might remain secret. Being Mikote, he had no trouble blending in.
Mikote!
Like me, you see. One time, though, he almost let it slip to a professor. It was all he could do to parry the barrage of questions.
Having no shortage of questions myself, I can imagine.
Aw.
Ask whatever you like. I don't mind. But I maintain, hunting together is the best way to get to know someone.
She's not wrong.
The researchers should be up ahead. Let's find them and learn what we can.
You just see my pink hair in the distance.
The researchers should be just ahead. There. The building to the northeast.
So, ordinarily harmless creatures have grown savage.
Don't know what's got them riled up, but I'll take down any that thinks to try me. Right, let's hunt our fill.
Look! Someone's in trouble!
Yeah, taste my axe.
These animals are usually so docile.
Oh, thank goodness you've come. I take it you're the one who answered our petition. Wait, aren't you? You are! Ultu, the adventurer who saved our star! Would that our meeting was under better circumstances. I was conducting a routine inspection of the transporter here when I suddenly found myself surrounded. You'll find more of the same across the chasm. Once docile animals grown strangely aggressive. My colleagues there can tell you more. If you'll give me just a moment, I can finish checking our equipment.
You really are famous.
And for good reason, as you'll soon see for yourself.
Quite an interesting contraption you've got here.
Is that our petitioner? Let's go and have a chat.
The adventurer come to answer my petition, I presume. We're most fortunate to have one of your considerable skill here to aid us. A creature of unknown origins has been sighted on the island in recent days. but we believe its presence has affected the local fauna. The animals beyond this gate are the worst affected we've encountered thus far, and we dare not go back. Your task is to quell any threats you find and search for traces of the beast responsible for all this. If you should find anything at all, we would be most grateful if you would share it with us.
I'll handle this. Hold still.
Oh shit!
Is that all? Come on, let's pick up the creature's trail.
You find ravaged beast remains, torn to shreds by sharp talons.
These claw marks. I've seen their like before. It's starting to feel like a proper hunt.
Ooh, feathers.
But did they belong to the predator or the prey?
So, how do you prefer our prey? Roasted or raw?
You presume it's even safe to eat?
Oh no, animal leavings. It's begun. The cloying stench of fresh leavings assails your nostrils. Whatever beast left them is likely still close by.
Still fresh. Whatever this beast, it cannot be far.
Do you suppose they're upset we disturbed their home?
Who knows? If they're spoiling for a fight, then they've got one.
Let's head back and report what we found.
How much longer until I am... Okay, 97. There it is.
Powerful wings and razor-sharp talons. Worthy prey. Ah! What is that thing?
Oh my god!
It speaks?
She's so shocked.
It's heading towards the falls.
I'll stay with the researchers. The creature, I leave to you.
Come, Woklamat.
Right.
She is so pretty. I might make me a female Rothguard just for shits and giggles.
Just so we're clear, I wasn't startled by the beast earlier. It caught me by surprise, that's all.
Forgive me, but I failed to see a difference.
I'm getting hungry. Let's be done with this so we can eat.
Caught me by surprise! Caught me by surprise!
Think you're clever, huh? I'll rip off that beak and roast you on a spit! Talk all you like, bird. I'm going to have the last laugh. Oh, I'm going to enjoy sinking my teeth into you.
I'm going to have a last laugh.
Ah, shut up already, you blasted bird!
Shut up already. Look at it, he's mocking her.
Look out!
I've never seen such an enormous colibri.
I can smell my chicken.
Not good. Quickly, gather together. I've got you.
That was too close.
Steady now.
I'm going to end up having to check my chicken in a moment.
Damn it.
Spread out, everyone!
Who paid for that? Thank you. That was hardly a tickle. Try this.
Oh my god!
Nothing to it. have you now, you loudmouth bastard!
Throw everything you have at it.
Might be a matter of having to flip it. Hey Siri. Stop my timer.
It's cancelled.
And I had barely limbered up.
Alrighty, I'll be right back. Okay, it's not done. Hey Siri. Set a timer for 50 minutes.
15 minutes. Start.
I unwrapped it so it can cook better. I didn't say 15. Hey Siri. Change my timer to 45 minutes.
It was a terrible foe, but no match for your axe.
Only to be expected. You were pretty impressive yourselves. I was right to invite you on a hunt. But what a curious bird that was. Though we have similar in Tural, they don't grow so big or use such dirty tricks.
Dirty tricks! Dirty tricks!
Aye, dirty and despicable. Otherwise, I could have easily...
She's like, oh no.
Leave this to me.
Kryl! Ah! Pick the Mancer power!
Have at you.
Yay, Kryl!
Kryl?
I am terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
She arrived as I was seeing the researchers to safety. It was all I could do to keep up with her after I explained what happened.
So this is what you meant by seeing to preparations?
After hearing of the contest, I thought how wonderful it would be to join you. In coming here, I wanted to demonstrate my skill at arms to Wuklamut. Alas, it seems I missed most of the action.
That was amazing! The piece didn't stand a chance!
I'm glad to have been of service.
May I ask what inspired this change?
You will recall the time you descended to the ethereal sea in search of Heidelin. Recognizing that my skills were inadequate, I chose to provide support from afar, rather than join you. It was the same when you set forth for Ultima Thule. How it pained me to stay behind, again and again. That's what inspired this change. Ever since the final days were averted, I've used every spare moment to hone my craft. As you all have adapted your methods to suit the circumstances, I started by considering how I might best contribute. And after much deliberation, I arrived at my answer.
Pictomancy!
With the esoteric art passed down by the legendary Archon realm, Pictomancy. As I recall, you have embraced versatility to effectively complement a certain someone's style. What I do is much the same. Like you, I don't want to be left behind.
Indeed. I must say, you appear to be especially keen on being involved in the ritual of succession. Is there...
Yes, there is. This letter from Tuli Yolal. It was addressed to my grandfather Galuf, and turned up among the students' archives. The ink was faded, so I couldn't fully make out the sender's name. Galul, someone.
Jaja. Gulul Jaja. That's my father, the Dawn servant. What does the letter say?
While much of it isn't legible, it appears to be a request to investigate the Golden City.
A request to investigate the Golden City?
Woo!
From the Dawn Servant himself?
Well, well. Seems it may be more than a rumor after all.
Being a member of the royal family, it was my hope that you could confirm the authenticity of this letter.
I can say for a fact that my father didn't write this. Given how culturally diverse Tuliyolal is, it was decided some time ago that a common language was needed. But instead of elevating an existing tongue and its speakers above all others, we looked to those widely spoken overseas and created an altogether new one. The similarities to your common tongue also make it quite easy to communicate in these situations, no? This letter, however, is entirely in Eorzean. If Father had written this, he would have been in Turali. And what's more, it bears a wax seal. We don't bother with them.
So the letter is fraudulent, then?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. My father's signature is genuine, as far as I can tell, so perhaps he simply dictated it.
I see. Oh, thank you for the confirmation. It seems my grandfather indeed had dealings with Tuli Yolal. I can't help but be curious as to what exactly he was doing there. In order to help us decide on a course of action, would you mind if I asked you some questions about your home?
By all means. After all, learning about one another was the purpose of this hunt. We can talk while feasting on this fellow. I, for one, am starving.
We're eating that.
With the wildlife pacified and the researchers safe, our task is complete. That just leaves the matter of the colibri meat. For better or for worse, there is only one place we can take it to here in Charlian, the last stand. Come on, come. Let us see what Dickon can cook for us. I'm gonna go tend to my island real quick while I'm thinking about it, because I want to get that over with, because that's a part of my title. Okay, bot free. Yay! We got another T3 place. I'm gonna go up inside of it. Nice. See, what do I need for the next one? Probably the same thing. I need island log, iron ore, and island hemp. Then all three of my current workshops will be upgraded. Oh wow, everything is grown. Yay, all the parsnips. Just don't let their shapes fool you. Starting to get 120 out of these. So the amount that I got went up. It's parsnips, not part. There is no T in the word. Let's see, I'm gonna plant the new stuff up here. No pumpkins. Plant the last of my parsnips. Wish I got EXP for planting too. But like a small amount. And now popatos. Alrighty. Let's go, Skippy! Well now, that's a famished face if I've ever seen one. What can I get you, old two? Oh. Oh, bird meat from the hunt, you say? Leave it to me. I have just the recipe. It's a new dish I recently learned from some sailors. And for you lot, it's on the house. Have as much as you like, you hear? Yay! Food!
Come, come. Let's enjoy the bounty of our first outing together.
That looks so good.
I'd heard that Charlayan cuisine was terrible, but this is fantastic.
What?
What is this?
Oh my god!
It smells spicy.
My curry has returned.
Oh, come now. Since when did you become so soft? It's not like we don't have spicy food in Tural, too.
Her face!
According to Dickon, intensely hot dishes have become popular in Razadhan after a traveller ordered a curry with several times the usual amount of spice.
My curry!
So he started offering the same in order to please the growing Harnish population here in Charlayan.
So he's feeding people by overwhelmingly spicy food.
It's nothing I can't handle.
Her eyes are watering! She's double fisting it.
Your boorish manners reflect poorly on the both of us. I wish you would consider your station.
I swear, sometimes it feels like you open your mouth only to criticize.
Would I be correct in assuming you've known each other for a long time?
Aye, thick as thieves since we were little.
I beg to differ. She is a long-standing acquaintance. Nothing more.
I see.
All this time you were from Tural. Oh, would that I had known sooner. There's so much I'd like to ask.
You and everyone else. I've kept it quiet so as to avoid the endless interrogations.
Well, if he's going to be a miser, I'll be happy to tell you about our homeland instead. Since ancient times, many peoples have called Tural home, and they've been fighting each other for nearly as long. The fighting finally stopped some 80 years ago, when the reigning Dawn Servant unified the disparate communities and founded a new nation.
And that's how Tuliolal came to be.
Since then, we've enjoyed an era of uninterrupted peace. But my father is getting old, and he wishes to relinquish the throne to a worthy successor. One. Including myself, there are 4 claimants to the throne. But while we all have the right to participate, one among us cannot be allowed to rule.
A man who is too ambitious by half. Word of the Garlean Empire's collapse has reached Tural. While most are simply relieved, he sees weakness to exploit and would lead our armies across the seas on a campaign of conquest.
After everything my father has done to give us peace, he would drag us back into war. I can't allow it. No matter what, I must win this contest.
I understand your reasons. But this being an event that will dictate the course of your nation's future, is it appropriate for outsiders like us to be involved?
Oh, it's more than appropriate. The Dawn Servant himself expressly encourages it. The ruler of Tural must navigate the intricacies of myriad cultures, and there's no better way to prove oneself qualified to do so than to work with foreign allies. That's why I sought you out. Through our hunt, I've confirmed that you're a warrior of considerable skill, but more importantly, one of good character as well. And so I ask you, will you lend me your strength and help me win the throne of Tulihualal? You don't need to decide right this moment. But I will need you if I'm to triumph over the competition. I'll stick.
Whoops.
In that case, allow us to prepare a room for you at the Baldessian Annex.
That's very kind of you. Oh, and one more thing. Once we finish eating, would you mind if I took the rest of the meat?
She hungry. Let's see. Whether Wuklamat has the makings of a ruler, I couldn't say. But I do know that she deeply cares for her nation and her people. Whether you choose to help her, though, is for you and you alone to decide. Think well on it. Think on it well, I mean. Now then, it's past time I reported our mission's success to Guildship. I would have done so sooner, except Her Highness needed to have her royal meal. I should come by the annex later. Till then. How many more quests do I have left for Endwalker? Already checked. Give me a second. I need to make a phone call real quick. I have to call the DMV real quick to see how much an ID is. Or to update, that is. Alrighty, they couldn't answer, but I found the information I needed online. That makes me happy. Ooh, what's in the What's in the box? Well, I dare say we now have a fair grasp of Wooklamot's situation. That means I'm going to be completing this quest. Still, you've been afforded time to consider her invitation. Why not use it to learn more about Tural? Numenon is bound to have some information on the continent. Just thought of burying myself in books is making me sleepy. It certainly wouldn't hurt to be more informed. Quite right. Not only would it help you make an informed decision, but if you do choose to go, you would be better prepared for what awaits. Come, my friend, let us be off to the archives. No, not bugs. I am definitely not dressed for any of this. I'll try to call them again later. Pudding way. Hey! The origins of blue magic can be traced back to the esoteric practices of Wallaki, a tribe in the distant continent of Tural. The tribe holds nature in the highest, and in seeking to cultivate a spiritual connection with it, they have learned to harness the power of the wildlife around them. Oh! In exchange for teaching them the common tongue, I was permitted to live among them and train in their ways. Those days were some of the most grueling I remember, but they were tremendously rewarding. For instance, I had the privilege of visiting Lapis Canyon, the tribe's sacred grounds. It is so named for the cerulean deposit that wells up to the surface, turning the entire canyon a brilliant blue. Under a shaman's watchful eye, I managed to master a Wallaki's art and make the animal's powers my own. As no name existed for it in the common tongue, I took the liberty of naming it Blue Magic. The reason I chose this color, as you will have doubtless gleaned, is for the significance it holds to the Wallaki. I cannot think of a name more fitting to honor the people from whom this noble magic was born. So then, it's been hinting for a while that we were going to be going there. So I'm going to have to go blue at some point. It is impossible to adequately discuss Eorzean cuisine without speaking of that land from which many of our modern staples hail, the far western continent of Tural. Ogre pumpkins, ruby tomatoes, and even ubiquitous popoto These crops and more that regularly grace Eorzean dining tables trace their origins to the New World, as this place is known most. The tale of this culinary immigration begins in the year 1498 of the 6th Umbral Astral Era, when a Lominsian sailor named Ketenram successfully traversed the Indigo Deep to arrive at the theretofore unknown continent. Ketenram spent several moons exploring inland, in the course of which he encountered the denizens of the sprawling nation of Mamulja. He was even granted an audience with their supreme leader, whose confidence he won along with permission to roam freely. Ketenram would return to Tural several times, but during his first expedition he charted the land and gathered myriad root vegetables and seeds to bring back to Limsa Lominsa. The most notable of these was the Popoto, whose ease of cultivation and nutritional value saw it quickly spread to all corners of Eorzea. Produce was far from the only bounty of Ketenram's expeditions to Tural. Many tantalizing recipes such as the bean-filled burrito and gripping legends such as the Golden City reached our shores by way of his ship. To those outside of Ketenram's circle, Tural largely remains shrouded in mystery, yet its influence on our cuisine cannot be overstated. Many scholars, myself included, would relish the chance to immerse themselves in the culinary culture of that faraway continent. Yeah, I hate reading. It's just text dumps. Every land has given rise to unique wildlife, and the continent of Tural is no exception. Yet while some of her creatures have become a familiar sight in Eorzea, many and more exist that are rarely seen this side of the Indigo Deep. This tome introduces a select variety of species, also described in the testimonies of sailors and adventurers. Alpaca, accustomed to Tural's craggy mountain ranges, this four-legged beastkin has been domesticated for seemingly hundreds if not thousands of years. Their soft white fleece is highly prized by weavers, while their strong legs and sure-footedness make them capable beasts of burden. Wyvray. This ferocious scalekin is native to the dense jungles of Tural. Mamulja have succeeded in taming them and utilize their prodigious strength for manual labor. Given their immense size and power, it should come to no surprise that the Wyvray is also employed as a siege beast. Enemy fortifications cannot long withstand this horned brute's rampage. Valagamanda. Turali folklore holds that this bird-like creature is the mightiest of beasts, and a very embodiment of nature's power. Whether it exists beyond myth, however, is uncertain. I have a feeling we're going to run across it in the next expansion. When we finally start Dawntrail, I mean. Let us begin by comparing the geographical characteristics of the three great continents and Tural. The former stretches far east to west and lies entirely within the northern hemisphere. In contrast, the latter extends to the far reaches both northern and southern hemispheres, and a difference immediately presents itself in the form of climate variance. Shifts in climate tend to be gentler when moving east and west, but harsher when moving north and south. Owing to this fact, longitudinal migration is far more common in history, whether it be by men, animals, or plants. A case in point is the Alligans, who rose to power in Aldenard before advancing east to Islabard. Their movements would be mirrored thousands of years later by the Garleans. Meanwhile, although the desperate tribes of Tyrol waged war with one another for generations, stymied by the climate, none could make any great headway north or south. Tribes hailing from the frozen lands withered beneath the desert sun, while those that thrived in open plains could not pierce dense jungle. Such was the way of it, until the leader of the Mamulja succeeded in bringing the continent under one banner. Given the land's divided history and the reason thereof, one cannot help but be in awe of this great feat. Truly, it is a testament to the Audarch's greatness. I'm gonna go back and talk to the cutie. Graham, my love. Scoured a library to your satisfaction, have you? Excellent. While there are a few books wholly dedicated to the subject of Tyrol, I dare say you found tidbits of useful information scattered here and there. But come, let's continue this outside. The mammoths do not take kindly to chatter. Now then, I'm quite keen to hear your honest impressions. I couldn't help but notice that we read the very same book on cuisine, and was pleasantly surprised to find references to Tyrol within. Among them, did anything particular pique your interest? Popotos. I have a newfound appreciation for them. As have I. Despite having just enjoyed a hearty meal, I found myself craving popotos. As they keep well, they were a boon to sailors, and it was the same property that allowed them to survive the voyage to Eorzea. The book also mentioned a method of preservation which sees popotos repeatedly frozen and dried. The resultant product was apparently used in a stew by people in mountainous regions. I should like to sample that dish one day. That and all the unique cuisines that have that vast continent. Ooh. Explains the taco in the opening scene. Or what looks like a taco. But moving on, did you perchance learn aught about the fauna of Tyrol? Given your adventuring background, I expect the topic would interest you. I learned about this one. Now, why do I get the impression you're imagining pitting your skills against the fell beast? Unfortunately, I found scant details on your would-be prey. One source simply describes it as an enormous winged creature with scales hard as steel that rules the sky. I should like to see it with my own eyes, presuming it even exists. I thought I heard familiar voices. Fancy running into the two of you here. Well, have some research of your own, do you? Aye, we hope to arm ourselves with the knowledge that may benefit the Garlean people. Oh, there goes my timer. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check my chicken. It sounds like I'm getting ready to say choke my chicken. Cajun chicken. Yay! It's done. Unplug. Put this here. In view of this, I hope we find hints in history on how neighbors of differing races and ideologies might engage with one another. What of the two of you? What endeavor brings you here this day? A nation composed of disparate peoples of Tyrol. Hold on. I'm cutting into my chicken. I'm hungry. Hot. And spicy. Ah, it's so good. I dare say this is precisely the kind of example we seek. We do well to read up on Tuliolo ourselves. The contest is Ultu the only one allowed to help Wooklamat? There was no mention of such restrictions, as I recall. On the contrary, Wooklamat gave us the impression that she could have several champions. I think I know how to make the most of our respite. Follow me, Alphino. We have planning to do. Alize, wait! It would seem our plans have changed, if you'll excuse me. They never could rest on their laurels. Come, let us return to the annex. Man, we're about to be done. Finally.
It's just... Despite all that we've learned, I can't help but feel we've yet to hear the whole story. What about you, my friend? Are you inclined to accept or refuse Wooklamat's request?
Sorry, I'm getting another bite. It is very heavily seasoned. You never say no to an adventure.
I thought you might say that. With an intrepid attitude such as yours, I believe all shall be well. Be it the contest or something else, there will be many trials for you to overcome at your destination. But in the course of seeing new lands and meeting new people, you'll surely find a way forward. That's what adventurers do, is it not? Such a journey would be the envy of many a scholar. Distant as it is, Tural remains largely unknown to us, with only meager records to be found in Numenor. The experiences to be had, all the things you might hear, feel, and think. It's enough to stir me to the core. Life is a series of journeys.
Hi,
my
Twisted.
friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road.
How you doing? Not much. I'm eating a chicken while I go with this cutscene.
But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another. Ah, but there's an idea.
Ha! Good job.
I have a matter to attend to at the Agora. Please, go on inside. I will join you shortly.
There goes Best Boy. Tancred! Coffee! Oh. If you hear me hissing and stuff, I'm eating a very heavily seasoned Cajun chicken. I mean, it's setting my mouth on fire.
You have the look of someone who's made up their mind. Go on then. Let's hear it.
Like one of those people who hack accounts and send me a message saying, "Oh, I remember them." He wanted me to contact somebody and let them know it was false, get it sorted out. I told them to take a screenshot of the combo we just had, because Discord will check to see if there was a report. If nothing was wrong, they will not report anything. If something is, they will email me. And since nothing was wrong, I'm good. Hi, Luposity. Yeah, I've had people like that try that before on my friends' accounts, and I would be like, I didn't get an email from Discord. I didn't get an email from Discord or Steam. That's the first thing that you get, is an email saying that you've done something wrong and why. I've had several people try that before on me. And it's generally because if they're doing it through your friend, it means that the friend fell for it. I don't know why they need to hack somebody's account. You know what I mean? It's just it's easiest to go and make your own. Nom, nom, nom. Nom. I like that emote, Luposity. I just realized it's an otter butt. Okay, give me a sec. Where's Cookie Eaters? Oh, I see it. Oh, you changed it to Purple Pop Club. Okay. No, there it is. I would say make it a tier 2, because then it's something that encourages them to get something a little bit more lewd-ish. It's kind of like how I have something in my T3 that nobody will ever know about, because nobody ever buys a T3 sub for me. Which is this collar. A collar for you. And the text says, "Collar me, baby." Nobody ever knows that it exists because nobody ever buys anything tier 2 or tier 3 for me. And what else I got in here? Oh, Twisted, thank you. Oh, Twisted! Ah, come here!
Twisted Wolf Chick got a tier 1 to your channel for 1 month.
you got it just as the ad break starts. Come here, Twisty. You're getting all the smooches. Yep. Because there might come a day where they stop doing it. So use it while you can. Okay, now I don't need this knife no more. Sorry, I am like enjoying my chicken. That is very heavily seasoned Cajun chicken that I got from the food bank. Oh. Oh, God. Ooh. I can feel myself wanting to break a sweat. Ooh, chili is always good. Oh, by the way, Baldur's Gate finally finished installing the other night. What? Maybe I should make some tortellini for dinner tonight. So if you ever wanted to just go on a silly ass adventure for no reason, like we could just make some characters as gag characters, and just have absolute random bullshittery. I'm down for it. We could call it Idiot Adventures or something. Nom 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 nom. Oh, fun! How's that adventure going so far? Oh my. The portion of the chicken I'm eating isn't as seasoned, so I'm happy. Oh, wow. So a spell-slinging punchy person. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm good. I'm almost done. I got like one more bite. Last bite. Oh. Okay. That was good. And filling. No, no, no. I wish to boldly go where I've never gone before. Star Trek reference!
Then you need me as much as I need you. Together we'll blaze new trails in Tural.
Ooh, I've had those before. They're good.
You're not planning to leave without us, are you?
The whole gang is coming! Whee!
Alphino, Alize! What are you two doing here?
We happened to cross paths at Numenor earlier, you see, and I told them about Wooklamat. And when we fortuitously met again at the Agora just now, they expressed an interest in meeting our visitor.
Ah, you must be the twins who were sneaking after Erenville as toads.
What?
100 things about us you could have told her, and you chose that.
First impressions last.
Tis an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. Alphino Leveilleur at your service, and this is my sister Alize.
Oh no, let's not do that. I really can't stand titles. So, you want to participate in the contest too, is that right?
Indeed we do.
Yay!
We've been assisting with the rebuilding effort in Garlemald. Yet while progress is being made, the question remains of how the nation might reconcile with its neighbors. We believe there is much we might learn from Tuliolal, a nation founded on unity. And in return for this honor, we would spare no effort in supporting your claim.
The more the merrier, I say. And I'd be keen to learn about Eorzea and Garlemald from you as well.
Having recruited so many committed and capable allies, I presume you have no need for my continued assistance?
Nonsense! Like I told you before, you're indispensable. They're strong, aye, but strangers to our land. They need someone to guide them, to point out the dangers and spare them grisly deaths. I can't think of anyone better suited to that task than you. What's more, despite your assertions, I know you haven't given up on this city of gold.
I like her.
As I recall, Kryl, you were the first to state your desire to visit Tural.
Perhaps I was. Still, I can't help but worry about being away just when our order is beginning to find its feet again.
You have nothing to worry about. I haven't forgotten how you held the fort while I set off to explore Alzadal's legacy. It's only fair that I return the favor. Pray, leave the students to Ojika and me.
But, Raha...
You want to retrace your grandfather's steps, don't you? This is a rare opportunity, and I insist that you seize it.
Thank you, Raha. Thank you.
Well, looks like it's settled. I'm counting on you all to help me win the throne.
Yes, I'm underdressed. What of it?
I suppose now is a good time to show you what I spent a small fortune
I
on.
mean,
at the
what?
Agora.
I'm not underdressed.
There. This, my friends, is the latest map of the world, created to celebrate our friendship with the Loporrits. Cast your eyes west of Sharlayan, for there it lies. The site of your next great adventure, Tural.
Yay! And then, of course, it's playing Footfalls. There's more than just that, too, that we're going to be visiting, it looks like. Shadows clash. Paid. Enjoy the credits. I got bored. I got like really super bored. I was like, ugh. Oh, I got a knapsack. Fashion! Meanwhile, Limsa Lamensa. Uh-oh.
When does the next ship set sail?
May I ask your destination?
The north and east, I've already seen. I suppose I'll head west this time.
West, you say?
Yay! Meanwhile, an old Charlian. Meanwhile, Ed. Ah!
I see you've made up your mind. I had a feeling you'd be keen.
But to think that our comrades too are thither bound. Fate doth work in mysterious ways.
Indeed. It will be a grueling task, having to contend with them.
If the prospect doth trouble thee, 'tis not too late to decline the petition. Though thine expression would suggest thou art far from perturbed.
Oh, how could I possibly be, knowing what's to come?
Then let us delay no further and secure passage on a vessel.
Aye. This will be a mission to remember. Come, my friend. We make for Tural.
Yeah! Everybody going! If I'm not mistaken, Graha goes anyways, because we saw him in one of the cutscenes, or in the opening cinematic, so... Not me breaking immersion.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north?
Emmett.
The fabled golden cities of the New World.
Oh my god. We anchor now, the tide is high and dawn of new adventure nigh. Row forth to break horizon's bond and tread the gilded path beyond. Oh. Gotta go use that so I can have it. Oh my god, I have a backpack! Yes! I'm gonna go make an adventure outfit. Hey! Let me use my room! So I want a good reason to use this. So I guess we'll be going to Limsa. Just so I could go to the inn. Since this little bitch don't want me to use my room! I wanna go to my room! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on? Okay, I was about to say, what the fuck? Thank you, Raha. Thank you. Me and my damn backpack. Looks kind of dull, my. Yeah, I'll use it. I should totally make my outfit look like Link's outfit. That'd be cool. I might do that. Just so I can have a Legend of Zelda reference. I mean, I don't have the proper hat, but that's okay. Ochi green. I did it. I'm a Zelda reference. It's funny, I don't cosplay too often in game. Well, I do. Especially given my Warrior of Light outfit and my need to look like an Onion Knight. Yay! Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Arenville himself. Ah, you're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tyrol. There will be other passengers, researchers, and artisans, and the like. So we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Arenville. I doubt anyone would expect we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now's the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tyrol, yes? We've not forgotten. My outfit looks so stupid. The nation of Tuliolol is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tyrol, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sorts of insights that might help our friends in Isilbard. But we'll pursue this goal on our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Kryl? Yes. As far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives. And yet, nothing explaining the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to go get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the Golden City. Or the City of Gold, I mean. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as a guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. Hoist sail and let the wind take us as she pleases. We won't make you Dawn Servant by standing here and talking about it. I'll go wherever adventure is to be found. Well said. We won't get far wallowing in the shallows. Right then. If all are still committed to the journey, then I say make ready to depart. I go backpacking. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. Why weren't you already there?
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself. This will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need? And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Kettenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Toral.
Her foot's inside the thing.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me! Woklamat!
You.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
That voice.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Toral was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own.
Nora.
Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
Me and my damn backpack. Oh, this will be my first visit to Tyrol. I like their outfit. Fonjetain's my name. I was working in Astame's aesthetics in Ulda, you see, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlian in hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn servant welcomes all regardless of origin. And so Tuliolo seemed to be the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. How does it? I see you in Eorzea before. You great and famous hero. Oh, he's kind of handsome. Gah, I've had enough playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tyrol, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head back home to lick our wounds. You is a hottie. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Ketanram. Here we go. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot on Tyrol almost 80 years ago. The Mamulja's leader is said to have welcomed Ketanram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back. Potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Ketanram returned to Tyrol several times after that, but his ship vanished during the last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. I suspect foul play. An adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Ulda. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Tyroli both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this, it is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Makote, the Hetsaro, the Rothgar, the Sprawl, not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. Excuse me. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next to in Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession. Your young Wuklamat being one of them, of course. But from what a Mamulja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders, Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. How far out can I go? Oh, I can go all the way! Yay! All intents and purposes, I should have fallen off. Did you learn anything of interest? Oh, I haven't heard about the clan names. We should have Wuklamat and Aaronville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. Okay, now I get to properly hear how they're pronounced. I'm terrible at pronouncing names.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick.
That's bullshit.
I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
A little nauseous.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Aaronville, you were born in Tyrol, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
Shatona.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Oh, this feels like a familiar scene.
Oh dear.
Only elders at watch! This wind's too strong to take any sound! I'm going off the mast! We need help! Get in below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
Oh my god. I have a feeling we're about to deal with some enemies. Oh my god.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life he must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Vuklamat, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
They were providing screenshot moments, it looks like.
By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Excuse me.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Oh, we're going in a boat!
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
She is adorable.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
But he is gorgeous, like, damn. It's so pretty.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
It's that damn opening scene. Ah! Dawntrail! Excitement! Yoctoral. Ah! Hotties everywhere.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
She's like, I don't like titles, but then she just used her title.
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
This bra Landsguard. Oh, he's handsome.
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tule Yolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tule Yolal.
Oh, mountain chromite. Woo! New weapon. Right then, first things first. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go around and look for all the etherites. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering who these strange folk were. So the third promise has found herself some new followers then. Followers? Wuklamat, are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick. No, sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the rite of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. I like their outfits. I want that. It's nice. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. Yeah, I hope I get their outfits. Sorry. I'm a glamour slut, if it's not obvious. They did have a point. Wuklamat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean by technically? I suggest we move in two groups so as to attract less attention. just technically ignoring me then. Ultu, you and Kryl can come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch with once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us. So take it slow and recuperate. We have time for enough for a chat for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit. At least until Wuklama's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. She's funny. You know what? I'm gonna go log out real quick because I do want to look at what the female Rothgar have in terms of customization, you know? Since if they are brand new, I figured go look at them. Alrighty, let's see here. New character. Let's go look at the female Rothgar. Oh, that's a nice looking outfit. Compared to the males, who look more tribal and warrior-esque, the female looks a little bit more fancy. Kind of like how it is with the male and female Viera. Except for the Rogan, and they're kind of otherwise the same. So just like that before, it's the Hellions and the Lost. So I could increase their boob size and stuff. So they can have that. So, like the regular Rothgars, they have this. Not too many hairstyles. Oh, I see. Hairstyle changes based on hair. That's a little bizarre. Well, not just a little. That's very. I can't tell if I like it or hate it. So just like the males, they have that going for them. So they are very plain. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Aaronville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay. Mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Most of the incoming traffic is from Yoktoral, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Now I think I'm gonna go looking for the Ethernet spots. I'm gonna go up here and do my thing. There, now if I die, I go here. Instead of a crystarium. This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliol's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they'll most likely have. Alright, I should mention that here in Tuliol, we buy things with Pel, a currency that the Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also the Meki, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. I can't wait to see the look on your faces. Levmet, I want to look around the shops a little bit. Of course, we got somebody role-playing a shopkeeper. Battlecraft supplier. Oh, so this. God, I hate that hat. Makes me look like an old lady! What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have Aetherites in Tulial? I think I told you before, but my brother, Koana, spent 3 years studying in Charlian. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought back to us the knowledge of Aetherite construction. Papa warmed the idea at once. Had one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we head down again, then up the slope to the right, to the side. Right at the top of the gate, it leads to the Dawntrail. Let's make a stop at Bright Bloom Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters of the Landsguard. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain, as you can see. Though the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Wukalamat gets her endless endurance. I'm gonna have to go back down there and get that. Here we are, Bright Bloom Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tulial and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoralja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't managed to. Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alice should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time to show you the Sky Gate. It's right at the north end of the Talon March. You know what? I'm gonna go looking for all the Ethernet shards. That way I could just go ahead and get that out of the way, and then I don't have to worry about grabbing them later. Good lord, lag! That was not good. I hate lag. That sprint was wasted. Yeah, I could tell I am lagging or something. Random naked people. Of course, there's people being nerds. Chicky dogs. Ooh. This place is like very Aztec Mayan inspired, I bet. Alpacas! Oh! Alpacas! They're so cute! I want that. Want what she's wearing. Or what they're wearing, I mean. It's very cute and cozy looking. So then I go over here, grab that. Then I go back up here and grab that one. And then that should be all of them. This must be their version of airships. Oh, those are hot air balloons. This must be where that event is going to be held. Oh, dirigible landing. Okay, so dirigibles. Dirigible has always been a fun word to say. Dirigible. Dirigible. Do you know the way to the dirigible? Oh. What I wouldn't give to live here. And she just ran out of the bushes? Wow, that view. That's nice. That should be the last one, hopefully. Yeah. There we go. Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom. It'll only take me a moment. Plus, I want a snack. Sorry about that. I got me my snack. I was having trouble figuring out what I wanted. On the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yakoi. Yeah. Strictly speaking, Tyrol is actually two separate continents. Tyrol, the southern lands of the mother, and Tyrol, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long ago the two gods fought a titanic battle. One threw the other to the ground. The impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. Familiar sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. But getting back to Tyrol, those lands are also part of the Tuliolo nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents in a single nation. Many clans of Tyrol had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. I'm gonna go pull up YouTube real quick because I want to eat my little snack. So we're gonna go watch videos on YouTube while I eat.
Don't you just love it when a video game that you've been playing for the past 22 years, almost a quarter of an entire century, surprises you with things that you've never seen before? It's like finding out that your grandpa George, who you've known for the past 22 years, is actually the local town pimp. Like, it's right there in front of you, but you've just never noticed. Kingdom Hearts 1, the Kingdom Hearts game that continues to give and give and give. A couple years go by, we find out something new about the game that the majority didn't know about. Now, I don't know what kind of Donald Duck sorcery Square Enix were infusing while developing this game, but this Kingdom Hearts game is on a completely different level in regards to its attention to detail and little secret tidbits compared to any of the other games in the series. We're all familiar with Monstro, right? The infamous Kingdom Hearts world that would scramble anyone's GPS receptors on their 1st, 5th, 14th, 18th, 27th, 44th, 63rd, 82nd, 108th, possibly even the 161st time they run through this world. The first time I went through Monstro as a kid, well, I was lost. All capitals. Like being lost in a supermarket wandering off from your mother to check out some other kind of aisle, likely the toilet paper because there's a
Monstro, one of the single hardest worlds to actually 100% in terms of treasure.
cross-promotion going on here with Disney's Lion King. But see, 22 years later, I still get lost. I'm still in the toilet paper aisle without my mother when I go through Monstro. I am panicking. Somebody come find me. Someone call the main person at the front desk. Get them on speakerphone. I don't know where my mother is! So it was recently pointed out over on Twitter by Keycast that there is a way to navigate Monstro, to find your way to where you need to get to in order to rescue Pinocchio and meet up with Riku. This tweet absolutely blew up, gaining 1.1 million views, 20,000 likes, and 840 responses. Now, I'm sure that people know about this. This is probably knowledge in some corner, somewhere in some alternate universe, personally speaking.
I didn't know a damn duck about it.
So the correct chamber passage that you're meant to go through glows green. Greener than any of the other chamber entrances. Some of the other chamber entrances also have a very slight green glow to them, but the correct one you're meant to go through glows a very bright, very obvious green. The correct chamber is also indicated by a spawn of a green requiem next to it. And furthermore, this is even pointed out by Geppetto if you talk to him. He mentions that beware of the green monsters floating around. They'll try to drive you deeper into Monstro, which is exactly what you need to do in order to find Pinocchio. However, to get Geppetto to mention this, you'll need to exhaust his dialogue 4 times before this specific piece of dialogue pops up. At first, he'll ramble on about, "I've warned him not to wander off here. He could be a naughty boy. Where in the world has he gone off to?" A most interesting substance. Yeah, that's not weed, Geppetto. You can't smoke that. And then he mentions that it helps to use the crates and the barrels that are scattered throughout the organs of this whale as a reference point for where you are. But after that, he will mention this exact tip of paying attention to where the green requiem spawn, knowing that that is the correct chamber entrance to go into. This is absolutely insane. 22 years! It's like I've gone through David Bowie's The Labyrinth every time I go through this whale and give him a motherfucking reverse colonoscopy! There's actually a medical name for that. It's an endoscopy, I think. Where you go through the mouth instead of the bum. Whatever, man. It doesn't matter. Every single time I would get lost. Now I won't. Like, look at the responses to this tweet. They are fantastic. Dude, they also flash purple. You didn't read the tweet. He's saying the ones that are green are where you're meant to supposed to go through. That you didn't read the tweet. Sorry, no, not responses like that. I'll read some actual responses. You're lying, not me. What? I lived 25 years and didn't know this? After all this time, never knew that. What the fuck? Legit, I did not. Now you're telling me? Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, what?
It's me. I didn't know.
What the fuck? I've beat this game so many times and never knew this.
No, never knew this. I always get a little lost in this world. I never knew it was that simple.
I never knew they flashed different colors.
People are a little bit dumbfounded by this. Myself included. I love that there are some video games out there where fans discover new things about it so many years later. In this case, 2 entire decades. Now, some might say that this is bad level design, as it's not directly explained to the player that this is an actual thing as part of the level to help guide the player to their goal. Most people aren't going to talk to Geppetto to exhaust 4 lots of dialogue in order to get to the tip in hand. However, I say that this is the sort of example of this type of thing doesn't need to be spoon-fed to the player, as the player will eventually, probably after some level of frustration, find their way to the goal throughout Monstro. It's more of a case of rewarding the player if they actually pay close attention to things at their disposal, like talking to Geppetto, or the smaller detail of noticing that the chamber glow is actually different for the correct chamber you're meant to go into. Handholding is definitely more commonplace in games nowadays. Kingdom Hearts 1 certainly does have a lot of that old era mentality into the design of the game itself. I know that there were a lot of complaints towards how Kingdom Hearts 1's world would progress, as if you didn't really pay attention to what was being said, it was sort of hard to know exactly where you're supposed to go to next. After Kingdom Hearts 1, everything sort of became really streamlined. This is why we see such a huge difference in the level design in Kingdom Hearts 1 compared to any of the other Kingdom Hearts games. I, for one, though, think that this kind of thing is really neat. It's because of not paying attention so closely to hand-holding that small hidden details like this exist in video games. I can guarantee you that there is likely still things in Kingdom Hearts 1 that most people don't know about, and yes, we will continue to talk about these as more pop up. It's sort of like this other thing that I noticed with Kingdom Hearts 2 the other day, When I was looking at the mysterious tower with the free cam, I noticed that the 3 different staircases are different colors, and they're the red, green, and blue, the colors that are commonly used throughout the Kingdom Hearts games. Generally, these colors are to refer to Sora, Donald, and Goofy, though in this situation, the red staircase here is more so an orangey kind of staircase. I know that some people were throwing around the idea as I posted this on Twitter that this could be more so in reference to Terra, Aqua, and Ventus, as the orangey red is more so of Terra's color, or it could be a reference to Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather, as the fairies likely did help in the creation of the mysterious tower. Kingdom Hearts is full of really cool details like this. However, guys, that's all for today. I just wanted to
Well,
thank you so much to Keycast for sharing this in
I had no idea about that till now either. Okay. That was interesting info. But I see you're more interested in what's beyond the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Zaktaral requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the Rite of Succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. Then I'll make sure you win. Mark my words. You really mean that? Hell, woe to anyone who stands between you and an adventure. I guess there isn't an inn here. We must have covered half the city by now. Tuliyolal is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Yeah, I got a new weapon! Woo! But it's weaker than what I have! Alrighty. I was struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. It was originally the site of Yakui Temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Zaktaral to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Yakui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Taral. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tulio Law. We climb these set of stairs here all the way up. Papa's palace is called Balak Shunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. Probably something silly. Yaphalja. So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Yaktaral clans. Mamulja, Zbral, Pelu Pelu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have Tonawata, Hetsaro, and Shatona, who moved south from their ancestral lands of Zaktaral. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Taral. A true resplendent representation of Tuliolal's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. The big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Lance Guard's return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding. Let me tell you, I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? Oh, that. Let me lower my graphics. Because that might help me a little bit. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tulio. Whatever. We have them for the exact same reasons as the Aetherites. Koana brought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to our settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of Dawn awaits. I want to go up there and whack it so bad. Just go boom. This is it. The Arch of the Dawn. When the giants were still here, it was known as the Dawntrail Land Gate, but when Papa founded Tuliolal, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozumauka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozumauka. The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what are those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Ah, those are alpacas! Fearsome, four-legged fiends. Fearsome? They seem quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kryl. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. If you wish to learn the history of Tuliolal, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? Oh! Mountain Chromite chest gear. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they may look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. They're a story. Wait, pictures? Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamulja. Oh, then this must be... That's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Golul Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliolal Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged are immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliolol came to be. Study them as long as you like. This pillar tells of the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts a scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer, Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Kettenram? Ah, that's the one. Kettenram's arrival in Tyrol is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said the two grew to be close friends. Brothers in spirit, if not in blood. But no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Kettenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. I still think there's foul play. There's something obvious about that. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is a story between when Papa visited the Hanu in their village in Kozamauka. Oh, the people Alphino almost mistook for Vanu. If not for the colorful plumage, he spent a far bit of time among the Vanu in a sea of clouds. So it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and colorful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun. Lay of Poets. The Lay of Pots. Which depicts the moblins of Kozamauka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Tyroli counterparts. This one depicts the Lay of Repast. As you could probably tell, the figure depicted here is the Zabral like me. For decades, the Zabral and the Mamulja were at war for control of the forests of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end the conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliolol. There is a clan of Hrothgar and Bosja known as the Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens, and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tyrol, Zabral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically cultural can vary with location. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu, whose homeland is in Urkapacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliolol's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tyrol. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Oh, this one is my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle between the legendary Tyrol Vidral, Valagarmanda, I should explain. A Tyrrell Bedral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Tyrrell described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Villa Garmonda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tyrrell every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, the ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed it away in the Urkapacha Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Villa Garmonda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness in Tuliyolal's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. Lay of Proof. The Lay of Proof. The big fellow is of the Yakui, the largest of Tyrrell's people. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Tyrrell. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Zak'Tyrrell. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Sky Gate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Urkapacha. I've never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Tyrrelli history? Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left it blank for the next chapter of the Tuliyolal's history, whatever that might be. Had your fill of history then? Yes, thank you. Enough of the text dump! Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while, but now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite at the local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Ba 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 ba. I want to go visit that junk monger. See what kind of stuff they sell. Or well, this guy. Okay, so just the same crap everybody else has. Oh. Blep. Almost forgot about that. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tiliolol classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and then fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Zbralyov to best. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Brooke Evu. Oh! All the people. Oh my god, he's hot! Sorry, I couldn't resist. I just see the pecs hanging out. I'm like, oh!
Brooke Evo!
Oh, Brooke.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Aww. And he's the color pink. Makes me happy.
Did you hear the silver scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale.
Aslan,
like our
cutscene.
skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils. Oh.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh, no.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
This guy's an asshole.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor.
Glory on your name, brother.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling house cat, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja That's done, servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiolan. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo,
Cutie.
the Bunewa,
Ugh.
and the Dopro.
Handsome. I like the first
Every
one.
once in the Great While, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubiko and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
Poor thing. He did that on purpose, too. Asshole. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tuliolo cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter, or even the eastern side of Talon March if you prefer. Now that you have an idea how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Volok Shunsa. Oh, my poor empty belly. I hate people like that. Fucking assholes. Gotta believe they're better than everybody else. This must be what I'm getting. Place is huge. You made it good, then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. What should be what I'm thinking it is. Oh! No, it's this. Yay! I got one of these! Makes me happy. Upon speaking to Bell, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly quarrels. I understand all too well. Charlian had the same effect on me. Right then, now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home, and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. So we're gonna get to see a man of veritable personality. Estinian!
Estinian? When did he get here?
Hi, Pink!
What's the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
I'm good, how are you?
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter.
I want to receive my darling daughter.
Know that you are the strongest I've fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there.
I see you, warrior.
Yep. Getting there. Hopefully I hit 400 before my birthday.
no idea you meant to visit Tyrrell.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
August 19th.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
He's a good dad.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
It's probably like akin to kiddo.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Don Servant. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! Old-tempered still. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their mettle, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
He does not like this guy.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona.
Ah, that's her brother.
The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Chacha. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young. And so I look to thee always for inspiration. The right of succession. The means by which the Autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyollal I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all.
Yeah.
So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Ah, though it seems the one-head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shok Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Yeah! Called out.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Tural and find the City of Gold.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer us proof, my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyollal. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
Oh.
The Tuliyollal saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
I like the way he thinks.
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
The rite of cessation begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my order some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend. And there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I want to see where this journey ends. I've made my decision, and I mean to see it through.
Is that so? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come!
It's Zeralja!
Zeralja.
Fearsome mean. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Zeralja.
Take heart, tiller of the soil. The Resilion son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Zeralja, the first promise and commander of the Landsguard. Zeralja, the Palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Zeralja is indeed the natural child of Gulul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Zeralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman. A gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Zeralja, the warmonger.
Cryon, are you all right?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zeralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. yet at the same time a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Oh, her echo is powerful.
Second promise. You must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the rite of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Sharlayan's own studium.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Sharlayan. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants. Come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your fealty. Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself, but one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
Everybody's leaving out before the daughter can come.
wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turali way.
Aww.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's Promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having...
Oops.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
This lag is getting bad. She is still talking. Oh no. So much for a brief reunion. For the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm gonna turn this back on. But others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the Gold City. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliolal saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We should check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go take a look. I'm gonna be crazy, chat. Woo! Yippee! Dawn Hunt vendor? What do you sell? Okay. Okay, so that's what I'm getting. That was nice and cheap. Yeah. Oh my lord. Expensive. Y'all are expensive. That's all I can afford. Dressed like a gimp. Too funny. That makes everyone. Luke Lamont, the tablets if you would. Of course. Oh my sorry. Everyone has a tablet? Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said we are to retrace the past he walked in reuniting Tyrell's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have to answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tilial saga. The events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in a nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during the festival season, and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold, the one involved in Palu Palu village, which is about the same distance from here. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about that storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Dawntrail several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. I need to fix my hair. It would be prudent to ensure we are prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Oh yay! I'll finally be able to have an in-room. Yay! And I can change my hair again. I'm gonna change my hair and makeup. Do we get a little bungalow? Ah! I love bungalows. Bungalow. Bungalow. That's right, the reservation is under Wuklamot's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go ahead and track down the third promise. Once you finish organizing your gear, you can meet us outside, Zbalia of Tai. Blah, blah, blah. So now we finally get to rest after being awake for 3 days, possibly. Oh! I even have a little balcony! Oh, yay! I love it! Going with this one. Giving myself some scars. That looks like a smile. The way it lagged. Good for you. I gotta shave too. Look, I'm about to get down to some kinky stuff. Like, oh my lord. I need to get that stuff. So maybe I should do some crystalline conflicts at some point today. Trust you be the keenest to head out, old two. The spice of life and cream pie. Oh my god, stop. But where are Aaronville and Wuklamot, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we all need information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking initiative at least. What do you mean at least? I am honored that the third promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter may be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently. So I brought these for you for the two of you. What's this? It's called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. You know what, I'm gonna do some dailies. Because I do want to level up my Reaper. Um... Do 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 do. Hey! I got a backpack. I'm just getting tired of reading the text dumps. I'm like, I don't want to sit here and read all that. And she's smoking again. Barrios.